Dear colleagues, I would like to share with you the information provided to the 13th and last meeting of the Bureau this morning about the timetable and remaining days of work of the committee. On Friday, we have completed the examination of item 11, 12, and 15. We will therefore reconvene this morning to complete the examination of the following items: 16, other businesses; 17, election of the Bureau of the 46th session of the committee; 18, provisional agenda of the 46th session; 19, adoption of the report of the decisions; 20, closing the session. As we will have finished all the items of the agenda, there will be no session tomorrow, the 25th of September. Please do also note that a copy of the provisional agenda of our 46th session of the committee, as well as a copy of the report of the decisions taken at this session, have been transmitted to you and also have been distributed to the room. Regarding item 17, I would like to give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center to provide us with some more information. You may have the floor, Mr. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good morning to all. I hope you enjoyed your trip yesterday. Mr. Chairperson, I want to provide, the distinguished committee members with some information regarding the election of the Bureau. So allow me to recall that on 20 July last, we received a letter from the permanent delegation of India informing the World Heritage Center that India would like to host the World Heritage Committee in 2024. However, further details regarding this hosting are still awaited, and therefore the committee is not in a position to constitute a bureau for its session at that stage. Consequently, as already indicated, it could be suggested to postpone the election of the Bureau of the 46th session of the committee to a 19th extraordinary session, which could be held in conjunction with the 24th session of the General Assembly of State Parties at the end of November 2023. So this would also mean that the committee will need, therefore, to prolong the term of office of all the current Bureau members until that time. Mr. Chairperson, as I indicated in the Bureau, there is a precedent in this regard. At its 41st session in 2016, the committee decided by its decision 41COM-16 to prolong the mandate of the entire Bureau until an extraordinary session that was held during the 21st session of the General Assembly of State Parties in November 2016. So a similar decision could be adopted by this committee, also taking note of the generous invitation of the State Party of India to host the 46th session. So, Mr. Chairperson, a draft decision has been prepared in this regard, reflecting the above-mentioned element when you come to this item for examination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Director. Also, indeed, the Bureau is in agreement with this process. Are there any comments on this matter? Sultanate Oman.
Good morning, everyone, and I hope that we finalize our agenda today as early as possible. Regarding this issue, Mr. Chair, we are in total agreement. However, we know that the election is for the new committee is going to be during the General Assembly. So this meeting of the extended bureau, it should be, or the extended session of the committee, it should be before the election of new member. That's what I understood. Thank you.
So I'd like to pass the floor to the Director of WHC Center also to clarify it further.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. As some of you remember that after the election, there is always an extraordinary session because this is the moment where, with the new members of the Bureau coming and the end of mandate of the others outgoing, we organize an extraordinary session to complete the Bureau. So the suggestion is, of course, to hold this extraordinary session the day after the General Assembly has completed its work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Director. Sultanate Oman.
It's only for clarification. So the extended session, it will be both the exiting and the new, or only the new? That's what I want to know. Thank you.
So we'll pass it to the legal advisor for some clarifications.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. At the next session of the General Assembly, the General Assembly will elect new members of the committee. It is for the committee to decide on its bureau, to elect its bureau. So the new committee members, the new committee in its new composition pursuant to the General Assembly elections will hold a 19th extraordinary session just after the General Assembly to elect its bureau. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, I hope it's clear now. Thank you so much. And I see no more questions. So, dear colleagues, I would like to know if you have any other comments or proposal under item 16 devoted to other businesses. So I see no interventions. Ethiopia?
Just good morning in German. When will be the time for us to get chances to have final remarks?
Thank you very much. It will be on item 20.
Thank you.
So I see no more questions, and I therefore invite you to proceed to the next item. We will now have to examine item 17, which concerns the election of the new chairperson of the World Heritage Committee and the vice chairpersons and the rapporteur of the 46th session of the World Heritage Committee. Following the explanation by the director of the World Heritage Center, I would like to ask the Secretariat to put on screen draft decision 45COM-17. So, dear colleagues, do we all agree with this draft? Japan?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Yes, Japan also agrees with draft decision and also thanks the Indian authorities for their interest to host, and we will wait for their final decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I see no comment or objections, so therefore, this draft decision is so decided. Item 17 is now closed. I would like now also to invite Mr. Londo Asomo to present the provisional agenda of the 46th session of the World Heritage Committee. You may have the floor, Mr. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. In addition to the regular standing items, the committee will have to examine next year, including the State of Conservation report and nominations to the World Heritage List. The following items have been included in the provisional agenda resulting from the decision you took during the session, during this current session. In fact, in addition to the current items that you are organizing, there are 3 new items that will be included in the agenda of the following session. First of all, you will have item 5C, following your request to examine a progress report on the World Heritage Strategy for Africa at its 46th session. You also have a new item which has been included concerning a specific concerning the reporting by the Category 2 centers. Remember that in the past, the Category 2 centers were not given the opportunity to report to the committee on their activities. You decided to do so, so there will be this new item that will now give the opportunity to the Category 2 centers to report to you. And of course, there is another third item, which is item 11, regarding following the decision on the open-ended working group that was established. So there will be a report of this open-ended working group at the 46th session, because following the decision 45COM-11 that you have taken. So these are basically the new items that have been included. And to summarize, the provisional agenda is divided in the same way it has always been done. That is the opening session, which always happen, where you will be adopting the agenda and the timetable for the conduct of the work, and then you will have a part on a series of reports, including the one on the Category 2 Center, which I also mentioned to you. And of course, then you will have the examination of the state of conservation of the properties, with the 2 parts, one on the 56 site on the list in danger, and then the other one also. And of course, you will have one part on the establishment of the World Heritage List and the list of World Heritage in danger, following the examination of the nomination and the decision either to inscribe a site on the list of in danger or not. And there will be one part on the discussion of the global strategy, where you will be discussing upstream process. And of course, there will be one part on periodic report the same way it happened here. And this time you will have the report on the results of the third cycle of periodic reporting exercise for Europe and North America, which is ongoing. And also the committee will discuss the working methods and tools as usual. And this is exactly the item, the new item that has been included on this one, on the open-ended working group with the mandate that you have given to this open-ended working group. And as usual, we will have a number of 2 items regarding financial and administrative issues. That is, of course, you will examine international assistance, but you will also examine the report on, first of all, the final accounts for the biennium 22-23, but also the report on the execution of the budget that you approve. And then, again, we will close the meeting with a number of items, the election of the Bureau for the 47th session, but also the adoption of the provisional agenda for the 47th session and the adoption of the Bureau. I think this, in a nutshell, what is in the new provisional agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, dear Director. Are there any comments concerning this provisional agenda? Sultanate Oman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to my colleague, Mr. Lazar. I think a lot of effort is being put on this. I have no comment regarding the content of the agenda, future agenda, but I have a question regarding the arrangement, because during the session, because sometimes we jump from 3A, B, C to D, then we come to A, then we go to C. What is the rationale? Because I don't know. That is little bit, maybe it makes confusion during the session. If there is any way that we stick, even if you change, for example, because sometimes you do put information at the last moment, we can be understood. But can't we go straight away at chronological A, B, C, D instead of jumping? This is my comment only. But it might be rational in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will also pass it to the Secretariat for further explanations.
No, thank you very much. And I think it's the comment made by His Excellency, the Ambassador of Oman, is quite valid. What also you should know that at this stage, this is a provisional agenda. So we will take your comment into consideration. But what you also need to know is that the Bureau, we are preparing a timetable, and then the arrangements regarding how this timetable is being followed is also the responsibility, in a way, of the Bureau, who's helping the committee in his conduct of this of the session. Taking sometimes into account, how we advance in the discussion. But thank you so much, because we will take your comment into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no more questions or comments. Then I therefore declare draft decision 45COM-18 adopted. Dear colleagues, dear committee members, I hope that you have had good rest yesterday and that you were able to further discover the rich heritage of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and city of Riyadh. We now come to our final task, the formal adoption of the report of decisions We will go through the report, which has been prepared on the time and circulated to you in 3 parts. Allow me to congratulate the rapporteur and the Secretariat for such a professional work. Before I give the floor to our dear rapporteur, I would like to recall that the decisions included in this report have already been adopted by the committee over the past 2 weeks, and therefore the task we have before us today is essentially an editorial one. We will not reopen the debate on the content of the decisions. I would like to invite our rapporteur, Ms. Sheikha Jain, to briefly explain the process of the preparation of the report and provide additional guidance for you to consider as you review it. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to be as brief as possible in my summarization. It has been a very enriching experience for me as the rapporteur for this extended 45th session of the committee, which is probably the longest live session in the history of the convention. During this extended 45th session, the committee has adopted a total of 374 decisions, of which 85%, that is 312, were adopted without debate, and remaining 15%, that is 55 decisions, were adopted with amendments. We inscribed 42 properties and adopted 260 state of conservation reports, a decision of which 26 were opened. We also looked into updating several very important policy decisions on climate change and sustainable development and others. Most importantly, the committee also emphasized on the need for reflections related to the convention's future vision, including concerns of credibility, balance, and representativeness with completion of the 50 years of the convention. We went through more than 40 documents at the preparation of this session and produced 517 pages of decisions report in English and 500 pages of decisions report in French. I have to extend my thanks to the World Heritage Center and its team for this endless work on the documents shared with the committee for this session. Mr. Lazar Elondu Asomo, Director of the World Heritage Center, for his encouragement at crucial moments. Mrs. Hosagrahar, Mr. Balsamo, Mrs. Frederick Obert, Mr. Richard Veillon, for their valuable feedback at various times during the session. Luba and Anatol, the most critical members of the rapporteur team, who seamlessly merged the pouring amendments from the committee members so that we could present the draft decisions on the screen. Olivia and Jean-Marc, who were the magic hands on the screen, simultaneously incorporating all suggestions of the committee members. And it was with all this support that I could review the final adopted decisions with the team at the end of every plenary for any final checks. I hope we have captured the pulse and dynamism of this committee in these adopted decisions presented to you today, alongside all typographical and grammatical checks. I truly felt that the amendments, debates, and decisions of the committee flowed and settled as smoothly as the rippled desert sand in the vast sand dunes of Saudi Arabia's timeless landscape. Before I conclude, Mr. Chair, I would like to convey my heartfelt compliments on your able leadership of this session. My sincerest thanks to the host country, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for their outstanding hospitality and for allowing me to experience a glimpse of your tangible and intangible culture. Shukran jazilan, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Afwan jazilan. Thank you very much. I would now ask whether, in order to be as efficient as possible, the committee members could indicate to us whether they have identified editorial errors which should be corrected so that we can deal with those now. Also, please note that formatting issue will be fixed at a later stage by the Secretariat during the finalization of the report. If there are no comments or suggestions, so I would ask we adopt the report section by section. And for the first section, I hope you had the chance to review it for the first part, covering agenda item 2 to 7A. And if there are no comments or objections or remarks on this part, so I see none. And the first part of the report of decisions is therefore adopted. We now move to part 2 of our report, which covers agenda item 7B. If there are no objection, I suggest we adopt the whole part 2. Do we have any comments, suggestions, objections, remarks? So I see none. The second part of the report of decisions is therefore adopted. We now have to move part 3 of our report, which covers agenda item 8 to 19. If there is no objection, I suggest that we adopt as a whole the section 3. If there are no comments or objections or remarks, I see none. The third section and the last part of the report decisions, therefore adopted. I now propose that we adopt the report of decisions as a whole. Are there any comments or objections? I see none. Therefore, I declare the report of decisions of the extended 45th session of the committee adopted and item 19 closed. Amazing job, over 500 pages. So, dear colleagues, we now come to an end of our work. But before we close, allow me to say a few words. Dear members of the committee, distinguished ambassadors, it is with my mixed feeling that I'm addressing you today. Indeed, we have spent so many days together that I will be almost sad to see you all go. It has been, for my country and for me, a great pleasure to welcome you in Riyadh, city of sharing. I hope you have had the opportunity to discover my country's rich heritage during the many activities that have been organized around this session. We have at a heart to share with you the best the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has to offer. Dear friends, this has been the longest session of the World Heritage Committee ever. It was not only for us the occasion to meet for the first time in 4 years in an in-presential session, but also to underline the full commitment of the International Committee to the principle that lies at the heart of the Convention, a shared responsibility for humanity's heritage of outstanding universal values. You have had a busy agenda for this extended 45th session, and I think the committee achieved very good results, and we can be proud that the committee reached consensual decision in every matter. Furthermore, we have continued to reflect on the follow-up to the action undertaken to consolidate dialogue and cooperation between the state parties, the advisory bodies, and the Secretariat on the result of the Convention's implementation over the past years, and on our future actions in the many crucial fields including priority Africa and sustainable development. You have also decided to look into questions of our function, notably regarding working methods, essential elements which will enable us to strengthen our joint action and ensure that the Convention is implemented effectively and in a way that it's recognized by all. You wanted this reflection to be broader to enable all state parties to the convention to participate. And I think this is essential decision that will provide an opportunity to future exchange and debate together and identify innovative solutions to consolidate our actions toward the implementation of the convention. Indeed, the World Heritage Convention is a truly unique international instrument which brings together nature and culture, state parties, and local communities, the scientific expertise, and the political and local governance. It is now, with the recent ratification by Tuvalu, an almost universally ratified normative instrument. However, it is also fragile. It is facing many challenges and many obstacles. From the questions of credibility and representation of matters related to its financial sustainability. As we are all fulfill our role as guardians of our global heritage, we must also be the guarantee of the convention credibilities, implementation, and perception. This is a more important task than it might seem. In this regard, our main purpose should be to ensure that the fundamental principle of transparency in all processes of implementation of the convention is respected and promoted. Dear friends, by electing me chairperson of the committee, you have entrusted me with a great responsibility, and I took this role very serious. I hope I have been able to establish and maintain a dialogue with you, the committee members, state parties, and other stakeholders on crucial issues, so that at this session of the committee, we could take informed decisions, and that is help in consolidating the spirit of cooperation and dialogue. Saudi Arabia was extremely proud to host the session of the World Heritage Committee. I hope you will take some time, I hope you'll take some of the warmth and hospitality of Saudi Arabia with you. I wish you all a very safe trip back to your respective countries. Last but not least, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Minister of Culture, the chairperson of the National Commission, His Highness Badr bin Abdullah bin Farhan, also the Assistant of Culture, Minister of Culture, the General Supervisor of the Saudi National Commission, His Excellency Rakan bin Ibrahim Al-Tog, also the Secretary General of the Saudi National Commission, His Excellency Ahmed bin Abdulaziz Al-Blayhed, for their great support to ensure that the implementation of this session goes smoothly. Also, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to my dear colleagues at the National Commission, also the Permanent Delegation and Heritage Commission, and all involved stakeholders and parties in the Ministry of Culture for their great support and efficiency in executing this session. Also, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the rapporteur, also to the interpreters and organizers and the volunteers for their hard and dedicated work to ensure that we come here every morning, every afternoon with a smile and comfort. They accommodate us during this session. Without them, that would not be possible. Lastly, I would like to also congratulate the Secretariat and extend my sincere gratitude to their valuable work during this session. They, in terms of preparing the documents, preparing also the agenda, and assisting the committee member in taking all these decisions under the leadership of the Director of World Heritage Center, Mr. Lazar. So with this, I will now give the floor to the committee members if they have any wishes or comments to take the floor. Maybe we start with Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, first and foremost, I would like to commend the State Party of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for successful organizing and steering the 45th session of the World Heritage Committee. This session is conducted during the historical time whereby the Kingdom was celebrating the 93rd National Day yesterday at this great nation, coming together to honor its identity, culture, and salute the continuous 9 decades of progress and prosperity. Moreover, Mr. Chairman, I would like to appreciate the way you steer our meeting in the last 2 weeks, and as you have said properly now, we would like to extend our appreciation for the way you manage our meeting effectively and efficiently. Mr. Chairperson, I take the floor to inform that at the end of the year, Ethiopia will complete its membership to this committee. Our membership to the committee was an honor and a rewarding and has been stepstoning to many milestones in the implementation of the 1972 Convention. We appreciated the cooperation and support extended to us throughout our term on the committee. We thank the World Heritage Center, the advisory bodies, the state parties, and members of the committee for their outstanding cooperation. Furthermore, we would like to extend our special gratitude to our African state parties members of the committee for their collaboration, experience, and knowledge sharing during the time of our membership. Although it is an undeniable fact that a lot still needs to be done, we therefore encourage the remaining committee members to continue with a similar spirit. Ethiopia is confident that the remaining committee members and incoming ones next year will continue building up the good work and move forward from where we have left. Chairperson, Ethiopia will always remain in a good working relations with the World Heritage Committee, the World Heritage Center, advisory bodies, and all state parties in the full implementation of the Convention. Finally, Chairperson, since it is ratification to the World Heritage Convention in 1977, Ethiopia has been committed to establishing and continuously improving its legal framework, administrative structure, and management system for heritage conservation, and would like to underscore its commitment not only as an outgoing committee member, but also as an active state party to the convention that has been implemented for a half-century, which I believe brought us together with the entire world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Japan?
Thank you, Chair. Japan, as a member of the Japanese delegation, would also like to extend heartfelt gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting us for this 45th committee, as well as to express great thanks to the Chair for smooth running of the meetings, as well as with your guidance, we achieved very much fruitful outcomes. Thank you very much once again for your outstanding chairmanship, and also would like to commend members of the World Heritage Center for organizing this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Zambia?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Zambia, just like the rest of the delegates have started contributing, would like to join them by congratulating the host country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the wonderful work that they've done, not just to Zambia, but to the rest of this body which is sitting today, and even those who have left. Mr. Chairperson, as a state part of Zambia, would also want to appreciate your wisdom in guiding this whole session up to this very end successfully. Mr. Chairperson, in addition, Zambia would like to commend the World Heritage Center for the wonderful work that they've done in taking us through this whole process. In addition, we want to appreciate the works that have been undertaken by the advisory bodies and even the Category 2 UNESCO centers, because it wouldn't have been easy for us to reach this far if it wasn't for their work. Mr. Chairperson, I would like to also, even as I'm about to conclude my speech, appreciate the fact that yesterday you took some of us out of this place. We flew in a very beautiful plane, landed at a beautiful airport, went into some good heritage sites, and we had a lot of sightseeing, a lot of exchange of experiences. We had a lot of excitement in the field. Mr. Chairperson, would want to really appreciate, as a state part of Zambia, and the experience that we have been able to draw out of this session, and making a maiden appearance at this a wonderful conference. It has really been a good experience for the state part of Zambia delegation, and we want to say, as we go back to Zambia, we are going to also contribute to marketing Saudi Arabia as a tourism destination, a heritage destination. And Mr. Chairperson, even as I conclude my speech, I would like to submit, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Greece?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our delegation would like to warmly congratulate the host country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the excellent organization of the 45th extending session of the World Heritage Committee, which has been a unique experience for all the participants. We would like to express our deep appreciation for the most generous and warm hospitality, the kindness of all people involved, and their hard work 24 hours per day during the last 15 days, always smiling and eager to help us on everything. My country, Greece, having the experience of organizing numerous international conferences, as recently was the case of Delphi International Conference to celebrate the 5th anniversary of World Heritage Convention, commends Saudi Arabia's authorities for the efficient way they conducted this long and demanding event. It was with great enthusiasm and anticipation that our country took part in the important discussions of the committee concerning the present situation and the future of some of the most emblematic cultural and natural monuments of the planet. Additionally, during this session, thanks to the joint efforts of the members of the committee, supported by the excellent preparation made by the World Heritage Center, the wise guidance of ADG Culture, Mr. Otone, the well-documented scientific contribution of the advisory bodies and the support of UNESCO's legal advisors, we note with satisfaction that a great progress has been made for the identification and protection of our common heritage. It is also of great importance that during the present session, the committee made one more step towards the establishment of an inclusive approach concerning heritage. The inscription for the first time of the category of sites of memory is a clear evidence of the dynamic character of our convention, its evolution over time, and its capacity to adapt to new heritage perceptions for the benefit of monuments as well as of people and communities that recognize the values linked to them as part of their history and identity. Finally, we would like to assure you that our country will continue the work for this committee with the same enthusiasm and devotion and in the consensual spirit in view of the next committee session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. دولة قطر.
شكرا.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, at the outset, I should like to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the leadership of the custodian of the two holy sites and His Majesty, the King, and the Crown Prince. We would like to congratulate the Saudi people for their national day. I would like to express my most sincere gratitude for your wisdom, sir, and the way you managed this session. We have enjoyed a great deal of hospitality during this session. Yesterday, we spent the whole day at Al-Ula, and we were able to see the utter interest of Saudi Arabia in its outstanding universal value sites. In Saudi Arabia, we were able to see the hospitality and the generosity, which is not strange for our brethren in Saudi Arabia. We would like to reiterate our thanks for your hospitality, and this is not strange for us. We believe that Saudi Arabia is rich in terms of heritage and in terms of human values. Thank you. Thank you very much. Belgica.
Je voudrais, au nom de la délégation belge,
On behalf of the Belgian delegation, I should like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its excellent and generous hospitality. And the trip yesterday to Al Ula was just the end of a long process of experiencing your heritage. I would like to thank you for your able leadership throughout our discussions and also for the steering of the discussions on our convention. This is the first session to which Belgium has been participating since it's been a member, and it will remain engraved in our memories, not just because it was the longest session in history, but because of its excellent quality. Thank you.
If I may. Thank you, sir. On behalf of Belgium and its regions, I would like to thank our gracious and generous hosts, the National Commission for Education, Culture and Science, and the Ministry of Culture of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for making us feel welcome and at home these last 2 weeks. Every Olympic Games used to finish with a statement about the best Olympic Games ever. But today, Mr. Chair, I will not go as far as to describing this session as the best ever, simply because it was my first. But I was told by colleagues who are in a position to compare that Riyadh 2023 is certainly up there with the best of all 45. We had not had a regular in-person meeting of the committee since 2019, but we certainly picked up where we left off, in style and with a renewed energy that seems to be so typical for this beautiful country and its magnificent people. I would also like to thank you personally, Mr. Chair, for the leadership, thoroughness, diplomacy, and efficiency with which you have conducted our discussions. Together with our extremely skillful and dedicated rapporteur, you have been an important and integral capstone of the success of this 45th session. And on behalf of Belgium and its regions, I would like to wholeheartedly congratulate you on a job exceptionally well done. Our heartfelt acknowledgements also go out to our good colleagues of both the other delegations, the World Heritage Center and the Secretariat, and most certainly our interpreters, who have been with us for the whole duration of the session, and without whom our debates would certainly not have gone as smoothly as they did. Last but certainly not least, Mr. Chair, a very special word of gratitude to the many young and talented people that greeted us every single moment of the day with their broad smiles and genuine kindness. They all went out of their way to make our lives and tasks here in Riyadh as easy as possible, especially the liaison officer assigned to the delegation of Belgium, whom we will cherish in our hearts for a very long time to come. In short, Mr. Chair, many, many thanks from an extremely grateful delegation of Belgium. Shukran, Jazilan, Saidi, Al-Rais.
Afwan Jazilan, that means a lot to us. Mexico?
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. Mexico would like to thank the unique hospitality and generosity of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It was an absolute privilege for us to be able to discover and enjoy this kingdom's heritage. We would like to thank you for your efficiency and able steermanship of this meeting as the committee did its work. We'd like also to acknowledge the excellent work of the Secretariat when it comes to preparing the documents and running the meeting. And similarly, we should like to commend the Secretariat and Rapporteur for all of her work. We think this has been a professional and productive session with excellent input from all members in this unique extended 45th session of the committee, covering 2 years' worth of work. Mexico would like to reiterate its commitment to the 1972 Convention and its commitment to safeguarding humanity's natural and cultural heritage. We feel that as the list grows, it will be bolstered by the global strategy and consolidate all of the work over the last few years. Thank you.
Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The words that I have are of gratitude, much gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this extraordinary session, the way that they've hosted us, treated us, spoiled us, the way that they've shared their country's heritage with us. And we also, Mr. Chairman, wanted to thank everybody up on the podium, the advisory bodies, the Secretariat, the Bureau, the Centre, the Rapporteur. They've been working behind the scenes day by day, and without them we would never have been able to achieve everything we did. This has all been consensus-building work, which means dialogue, discussion, input. It means working in a more broader way than we might have done in the past, and that is why we'd like to recognise that the 12 sites that we have inscribed, and in particular this latest site of memory, has done much to enrich the heritage not only of my country but of the world, and that's why we'd like to extend our thanks to UNESCO. For Argentinians, for all of us, we're very, very grateful to the states parties, but also to the observers, because each and every observer who takes the floor gives us other perspectives. We should like to reiterate our firm commitment to UNESCO and to World Heritage, and the only thing we can say is thank you. Thank you for us, for our delegations, for us in Argentina, for everyone who cares about cultural heritage. This has been a most important meeting. Shukran.
Muchas gracias. Sultanate Oman.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أصحاب المعالي أصحاب السعادة.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Sultanate of Oman, we should also like to express our gratitude to our sister country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, its Ministry of Culture, the National Commission of Education, Culture and Science. We'd like to thank them for their hospitality and everything they've done to ensure that this event of global importance was such a success. Our congratulations also go to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and His Majesty King Salman, the Crown Prince, and everyone for their National Day celebrations yesterday, and our gratitude to you, Mr. Abdullah Al-Takais, as chairman of this meeting, for your way of conducting our meeting, for your passion throughout our discussions. I wanted to thank ADG for Culture, Mr. Otone, thank the director of the World Heritage Center, thanks to the Secretary and all of our colleagues, our interpreters, and the technical teams that have made this possible. And thanks to all of those young Saudi men and women who have supported us, kept us safe, and worked so hard to make us feel welcome. I wanted to thank the delegations, their heads, and all of the members of the committee. We are probably going to be wrapping up our work in this committee here today, but we remain at your disposal. And I should like to extend my apologies if there have been any misunderstandings during the course of our meeting. Our thanks to the rapporteur and to all of the advisory bodies for their input. Most of the time we agree with what the advisory bodies say, but every now and then when we do take a step back, it's not because we don't appreciate their work as being insufficient, it's just that we have diverging points of view. I should also like to thank the experts who supported us and accompanied us. in the lead-up years, and all of the experts in my team who supported me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Italy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We'd like to join the voices of our other delegations to express our gratitude to everybody, starting from you, from your leadership, full of wisdom and very helpful for the smooth works of this committee. And also our gratitude to all the elements who made a great job. Of course, the ADG, Ottone, the director of the center, the secretariat, and everybody, the rapporteur, everybody who made possible for us to work. It is a great team, and we are very glad to be part of it. We feel privileged to be part of it. So thank you very much, and thank you to everybody. And last but not least, thank you for the great hospitality. Thank you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the warm, great hospitality gave us. We felt very well, and we felt in some way at home. That is why also the works and all our job went well, I think. So again, thank you, and thank everybody for this exceptional session of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thailand?
Sorry, thank you. It's too early for me this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What can I say? You know, it has been extraordinary 2 weeks of this session, and you know, we have done so much during this past 2 weeks. As you said earlier, that you hope that Saudi Arabia has shown us some of the best they have. Yes, indeed, you have shown us the best in every dimension. For that, I would like to thank you, first of all, Chair, for guiding us through this very important session in an impeccable manner. I know there's some times that are very difficult issues that we have to go through, but we did it smoothly. So well done for that. I also would like to thank each and every one of the Secretariat, Mr. Director, and all of your staff who worked tirelessly every single day to pull through this session. I would like to also thank the government of Saudi Arabia for their exceptional hospitality. It's really hard to match, and you know, it's been the best, I think, in everything you have done for us these 2 weeks. It's been incredible. Thank you to all the members of the committees who have worked with us through this, not only these 2 weeks, but the whole sessions and through our tenure as a member of the committee. You know, we appreciate your effort and your partnerships in this endeavor. This session has been very constructive. You know, we have done so much in terms of working together to go through all the state conservation reports. We have inscribed so many sites around the world, as well as making new history by inscribing some of the sites of memories. So, and all of this we have done in the true spirit of the convention. So in that, we'd like to thank everyone. This has been an incredible session. We would like to end by saying happy 93rd National Day of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and shukran jazilan.
Afwan jazilan, and thanks a lot. Russian Federation?
Shukran Sayyid Reis. There is a lot that could be said about this session, but the first thing I would like to start with is to express our the most sincere gratitude to the hosts, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for their extraordinary hospitality and support to the people of Saudi Arabia, whose delicate attention and smiles filled us with energy for long working days. We will leave Riyadh full of impressions of the beautiful sites we had the opportunity to visit, full of memories of the people, of all the people we saw and met here in Riyadh. It is a session meeting that stands out to us as one where we have worked positively in the constructive atmosphere of respectful dialogue, and which this atmosphere was made possible also by excellent stewardship of this meeting. So we thank you, Mr. Chair, for your outstanding leadership of this universal assembly, which we all value very much. And you have shown yourself as a worthy guide who led our caravan day by day through the difficult places of the desert to a green oasis. And like many centuries ago, we travelers, peoples from different countries, we have left valuable inscriptions for future generations, not on the rocks as our ancestors, but on the World Heritage List. We want to express our appreciation to the World Heritage Center, its director, Mr. Lazaro Elondo-Asoma, and to the advisory bodies for the huge amount of work they have done and still do throughout the course of the year. Our gratitude also goes to the rapporteur, Ms. Sheikha Jain, whose patience and meticulous work have contributed to the accurate recording of our debates. Since it's the last meeting for the Russian Federation as the state party to the convention, we would like to thank all the state parties, members of the committee, for the constructive discussions we have had during our mandate. Of course, our views and opinions don't always coincide, but that is normal. The delegations were correct in standing by their positions, but they were also flexible in taking into consideration opposing views, and that is important. We are leaving the committee and would like to wish all the best to those who stay and to those who will come, all the best in their efforts to preserve the constructive work at the next World Heritage Session. For the part of the Russian Federation, being committed to the spirit of the Convention and its values, we will continue to promote the Convention by contributing to the work of the open-ended working group and other formats of dialogue, and with the aim to create a representative, balanced, and credible World Heritage List. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. جمهورية مصر.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my delegation should also like to extend its most sincere congratulations, not only to you, but also to our sister country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on the day after its National Day. We wish you every happiness. We wish you happy celebrations, and our best wishes go to the people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We wish them continued progress under the leadership of His Highness the Crown Prince. We want to thank you for your hospitality and smooth organization of this extended 45th session of the committee. All the members of the committee concur when it comes to describing the unequaled success of this event. We've also been able to see with our own eyes some of the World Heritage sites inscribed by Saudi on the World Heritage list, and we've seen how very much the country has evolved in several areas. We want to thank them for the excellent organization of this meeting, but the success was also, I think, shown through your stewardship.
Made it truly exceptional. Beyond the warm hospitality that we were immersed in, this gathering holds unique significance. It is our first since celebrating the 50th anniversary of the convention. We have witnessed the nation inscribing its inaugural sites onto the World Heritage List. Together, we have achieved a remarkable milestone in inscribing heritage sites in Africa. Additionally, this session has registered sites tied to recent conflict memories, following intense discussions among state parties and experts, followed by many individuals worldwide. As my country's terms in this committee concludes, allow me to raise briefly the following points. Firstly, a notable highlight of this tenure has been the unity in addressing the common challenges facing the African and Arab regions. The common challenges confronting these regions in the convention implementation, including the vital task of authentically representing our narrative in the convention, have only reinforced our resolve to continue this path to safeguard the Arab and African heritage. Secondly, the World Heritage Convention grapples with a multitude of challenges, from climate change to insufficient funding for site preservation, conflicts, security risks, and the imperative for capacity building. Addressing these challenges necessitates strategic reflection and possibly review of all our methods of work. Sometimes we must step back to see the broader landscape rather than becoming entangled in the details. Thirdly, it is imperative to foster the already existing enhanced dialogue and understanding, embracing inclusivity, representation, cross-cultural understanding, and profound respect for stakeholders and the unique context of each culture and each site. سيدي الرئيس اسمح لي أن أختم هذه القائمة بموضوع.
So thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Allow me to conclude by invoking some rather important issues that we've been able to discuss. Can we preserve the past without overcoming the development challenges and promoting the way forward? How to strike a balance between development and heritage? World Heritage isn't only a reminder of the past. Heritage is a living thing, and it requires our input. And how we'll not be able to protect it unless we take a proactive stance. It's the driver, the custodian of heritage, this committee, and that is why we have a duty towards the men and women who work towards heritage, and that is why we need to promote their capacity building so that we can together safeguard heritage and catalyze heritage going forward. But we also need human resources if we're going to build that capacity. And so protecting heritage needs to be seen as no longer in contradiction with development. And so, Mr. Chairman, I should like to thank you once again.
But also because we had an extraordinary chair and we had an extraordinary country hosting arrangements, and also an extraordinary secretariat and extraordinary advisory bodies. We remain committed to actively strengthening the convention, and you can count on us in the future during the upcoming discussions of the working group. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, we have extraordinary committee members. Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. On behalf of the Bulgarian delegation in Riyadh, I would like to express our gratitude for the wise and positive manner in which you conducted our work these last 2 weeks, which led to a productive and constructive dialogue during the session. We were amazed also by the level of hospitality the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia offered to us, and this allowed us to discover its rich, tangible and intangible cultural heritage and its magnificent people. And speaking of the amazing Saudi young people we met, we would like to thank our liaison officer who was there with us at every moment with smile, professionalism and dignity. We extend our gratitude to the World Heritage Center and its director for their hard work and positive approach. We congratulate also the rapporteur for her outstanding dedication. We also appreciate the timely comments by the legal advisor and well-prepared presentations by the advisory bodies. Our heartfelt gratitude goes also to our colleagues in the World Heritage Committee, with whom we share days of intensive discussions, but in a transparent and respectful way in our common objective, preserving the world heritage. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mali.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, we'd like to reiterate our thanks for the warm hospitality shown by you, by your people, by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and thanks to you for the Saudi stewardship of our deliberations. And we know that this was no mean feat, given that it was a double session. I don't think we can ever say enough how very grateful we are for, firstly, the quality of the hospitality and the warmth that we were shown here as guests in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is a good time to thank also the ADG, the Director of the World Heritage Center, all of the members of the Secretariat, all of the advisory bodies, and each and every person who has been working tirelessly through this studious and lengthy session, and also to the interpreters who made our discussions here possible. I should like to thank all of the members of the committee, their experts, and all of those who made this possible. The African World Heritage Fund and its executive body also deserves our thanks for its dynamism and professionalism, which led to the inscription of African sites on the World Heritage List in historic decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, our term of office here is going to reach its end at the end of this year. And when we look back at our years on the committee, we can look back with satisfaction. Since Baku, we have been sparing no effort and no time to make sure that we can examine every case carefully and ensure that our decisions were taken with as much knowledge as possible, following our spirit of conviction and our belief in the spirit of the convention, which makes it incumbent upon every human being to preserve heritage. We also think that we need to build on synergies and redouble our efforts to make sure that so that we can preserve heritage given the multiple challenges that we're facing, so that the World Heritage Committee and economic development will be able to work hand in hand. Unfortunately, what happened in Timbuktu in 2012 in the north of Mali, we saw the destruction of the tombs. When we also look at destruction in Palmyra, I think these stand as lessons to remind us how important it is never to let down our guard. We should never lose sight of the extraordinary safeguarding efforts that have been taken to salvage some of the most fragile World Heritage sites. We do think that more initiatives are needed. Maybe this could be inscribed under any other business. But now, by way of conclusion, we'd like to congratulate all of the countries who've had a site inscribed on the World Heritage List, which means that from now on they have a duty to serve as able and willing custodians of such sites. My country, Mali, as a state party, shall continue to constructively engage in discussions for the safeguarding of World Heritage, and we'll keep working to overcome all of the challenges facing us. Thank you very, very much.
Very much, Your Excellency. Nigeria.
Assalamu alaikum. Let me start by thanking you,
Said Reis, for the manner in which you conducted the affairs of the committee for the past 2 weeks. We appreciate your wisdom and calmness throughout the session. We thank again Saudi Arabia for the exceptional hospitality in every sense of the word. ADG, Culture, Director World Heritage, the Rapporteur, and the Secretariat for their wonderful work that brought the report of this section. Nigeria is appreciative of the decision taken on the floor of this section and hope that our contributions as committee members will bring positive progress to its work in the coming years. We are leaving Saudi Arabia with a very exciting memories, particularly yesterday's trip to Alula, which consolidated the unique experience we had so far. Finally, we are going to miss the friendliness, the smiles of everyone we meet at every point, which makes us also smile even when we are not in the mood. Nigeria will continue to appreciate this experience we had in Saudi Arabia, and we wish it will happen again and again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. South Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The South African delegation, as Vice Chair of the World Heritage Committee and Chair of the Africa Group, would like to extend a word of appreciation and gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the excellent hosting of this extended 45th session in this beautiful city of Riyadh. We are short of gratitude to the Kingdom for the beyond expectation, above imagination hospitality true to Saudi culture. From the opening ceremony to the closing ceremony, we were exposed to the richness of the heritage and the people. We have added a few stones from scrumptious wholesome meals that have been overflowing throughout and everywhere we went. And we carry home memorable gifts which may not fit in our luggage. To top it all, yesterday, we experienced the influences of ancient civilization in Hegra World Heritage Site. What more could we have asked for on Saudi National Day? Mr. Chair, you have demonstrated excellent leadership and grit in guiding the session, notwithstanding that this is your maiden World Heritage Committee meeting. You handled very difficult discussion with precision and demonstrated true loyalty of duty to reach balanced decisions. From the delisting of the tombs of Buganda to listing of sites of memory, thus implementing decisions of the 18th extraordinary session. The decision of this session have achieved remarkable historical firsts. As South Africa celebrates its National Heritage Day today, in which we celebrate diverse culture, traditions, and the 12 official languages, including sign language, to paraphrase the international icon Nelson Mandela, it is not our diversity which divides us. It is not our ethnicity or religion or culture that divide us. But as demonstrated in this session, we were gathered here for the common cause of safeguarding world heritage. The diversity and unity in the session from the east, the cosmological axis of Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and its historic landmarks, through the Ha Long Bay Katba archipelago of Vietnam, and the Afrifana dry forests of Madagascar, to the archaeological park Takalik Abaj of Guatemala in the west, and the cold winter deserts of Turan of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan in the north, and Nyungwe National Park in Rwanda, the south. We have managed to cover the four corners of the earth with inscriptions. In the history of this convention, Africa now has more than 100 sites listed, and we look forward to more through the implementation of Priority Africa with adequate resourcing. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, we would like to thank the Director General for her continued leadership and the Assistant Director General for Culture, the Secretariat, the advisory body, the rapporteur for the excellent work in the smooth operation of this session, including the Africa World Heritage Fund for coordinating the Africa Group, ensuring that we make lasting contribution as a region, the Ministry of Culture of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the organizing committee, and the partners for the swift logistics, and all the other officials that have made our stay here memorable, especially the ushers, the personal aides. My personal aide was Omar. Thank you very much, Omar. Hospitality staff and drivers, interpreters and technical support staff, and tour guides in all the sites that we visited. We would like to wish the Kingdom well in their bid to host World Expo 2030, as we understand the decision is in 2030, and hope to be here also for the World Expo in 2030. Although this is the last term for South Africa in the committee, be assured of our continued enhanced contribution from the backbenchers and even in the open-ended working groups. We look forward to the next session with enthusiasm, where we hope to bring 2 new dossiers for consideration by the World Heritage Committee. I thank you. Kyaleboha, siyabonga, bayadanki, roleboa, na kensa, enkosi. These are the many South African languages. Merci beaucoup, muchas gracias, shukran. Thank you.
Afwan jaziran. St. Vincent and Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, St. Vincent and the Grenadines had the honor of sitting at the World Heritage Committee for the first time and cooperating with you and the states parties to make this session fruitful and successful. As a small island developing state in the Caribbean, some of the objectives was to highlight the high importance of the protection and the conservation of the heritage for sustainable development, and also the role of all stakeholders, including communities, in this task. And we witnessed this session, the inscription of many sites, which includes community as the site of Ethiopia, Guatemala, and others. And it is very important to highlight their role in the conservation and protection of heritage. Strengthening cooperation is more necessary than ever to work together to achieve some of the objectives for a more balanced and credible World Heritage List, climate action on properties, exchange of knowledge and expertise between states parties, respecting the principles and the aims of the Convention to preserve its credibility for the international community. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is looking forward to working closely with the delegation of Saudi Arabia in the open-ended working group to propose solutions in an open mind for the operation of the Convention as that it continues to evolve, taking into account the lessons learned and the challenges raised during this session. Mr. Chair, St. Vincent and Grenadines would like to thank the Secretariat, the Rapporteur, and the advisory bodies for their support. Our gratitude to you, Mr. Chair, for your presidency and wisdom during this session. And I would like also to thank all the organizers, and as has been said by our colleague from South Africa, for all the organization provided in this session. شكرا جزيلا سيد الرئيس وشكرا للمملكة العربية.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and our thanks go to Saudi Arabia.
Jazilan. Rwanda.
Mr. Chair, sorry, Mr. Chair, can you give the floor to
Indeed.
the expert, Ms. Myers? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and happy National Day to Saudi Arabia. Riyadh 2023 has come to a close, and I must congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the exceptional organization of this event. But I would like to focus on the intangibles, the many attendants, volunteers, for their excellent service, welcoming attitudes, and support. Our personal aid, Anas, is exceptional. Their warm and welcoming smiles and greetings serve as a good start to our long days and a lift to our tired bodies at the end of the day. Thank you to the many cultural artists for the professional performances we witnessed, to the chefs and hospitality personnel for the excellent snacks and meals, and to all others who made these last 15 days possible, unforgettable, and enjoyable. All in all, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Riyadh. Thank you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Shukran.
Afwan. Rwanda.
Said Rais, Excellences, chers collègues.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear delegates, from the outset, allow me to congratulate the people of Saudi Arabia for having successfully held the 45th session of the World Heritage Committee. Chair, this success is a testament to your country's commitment to multilateralism as a whole, and in particular to UNESCO. We appreciate and admire your leadership and your able stewardship over the past 2 weeks. You have chaired our committee's works in an extraordinary manner, and you've allowed us to accomplish excellent results. I also wish to join other delegations in thanking the staff of the Secretariat under the leadership of Director Lazar Eloudou for their professionalism and effectiveness. We understand how complicated it can be to organize such an event in terms of logistics and other aspects. We'd like to therefore thank all of those who've worked tirelessly day and night to ensure the success of this session and who have accomplished extraordinary work. We also wish to congratulate all states parties who've had new sites inscribed on the World Heritage List, as well as those who are continuing to work to protect the OUV of their sites. We are delighted that under your leadership, the committee also inscribed 7 sites from Africa on the World Heritage List. The Rwanda delegation was very pleased to inscribe the first 2 sites on UNESCO's World Heritage List of our country during this session, and we'd like to thank you for all of the support that we've received over the past few weeks. Chair, over these past few days, we have seen impassioned speeches and constructive discussions based on essential conversations regarding the protection of our world heritage. This heritage is not limited to monuments or cultural and natural sites inscribed on the World Heritage List. This heritage embodies our common heritage, our identities, our values, and our responsibilities towards future generations. It's our common heritage, a bridge between the past and the future, the past, the present, and the future. Therefore, we cannot turn a blind eye to the challenges we face in terms of protecting our heritage: climate change, loss of biodiversity, which continues to pose a threat to many sites. This is why, Chair, it's essential that we redouble our efforts in order to protect our common cultural and natural heritage. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Al-Hind.
India.
India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving India the floor. As I have done during this meeting, let me wish everyone Namaste and Salam. This was a historic period for my country, wherein India's spacecraft Chandrayaan-3 mission landed on the south pole of the moon, and the leaders' summit of the G20 under the Indian presidency concluded with the Delhi Declaration. On behalf of the Indian delegation, I would like to express our appreciation for the government of Saudi Arabia, the organizers, and to the wonderful people of Saudi Arabia for hosting the extended 45th session of the World Heritage Committee and for your warm hospitality. My delegation would like to thank Saudi Arabia for an excellent knowledge trip to the ancient Nabatean sites of Hegra and Dadan in Alula and to other archaeological sites and museums. We would also like to thank you, Mr. Chair, for the efficient manner in which you have chaired the meeting throughout the past 2 weeks. I also thank the ADG Culture, Mr. Otone. My special thanks to Mr. Lazar, Director, Deputy Director, Ms. Jyoti Hosar Grahar, Mr. Balsamo, the World Heritage Committee, the Secretariat, the staff, the technicians, the Bureau, and the Rapporteur, Ms. Shikha Jain, who have done an excellent job. We would like to make a special mention of the interpreters for the work they have done, because we know how difficult it is to chase our words. During this conference, many important items and issues were discussed, and important decisions were taken. We look forward to working in the new open-ended working group that has been formed. For India, we are very happy and grateful that 2 of the iconic properties, Shantiniketan and the sacred ensembles of the Hoysalas, were inscribed on the World Heritage List. We would like to congratulate all the state parties whose properties were inscribed on this list. The world is now richer with 1,199 World Heritage properties, whose preservation and conservation is a shared responsibility of all states that have ratified the Convention. I congratulate the World Heritage Committee members whose tenure ends. Last but not the least, India looks forward to welcoming the World Heritage Committee and the state parties to India next year. We would like to greet you all with the spirit and philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the world is one family. And we look forward to hosting you. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. المملكة العربية السعودية.
Saudi Arabia.
سعادة الرئيس.
Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Director of the World Heritage Center, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the state parties, may the peace of God be upon you. We in Saudi Arabia, we were pleased and delighted to welcome this 45th session. We were happy to have you amongst us. We would like to thank you for the spirit you have shown. It's a team spirit and cooperation spirit. All of you were keen to work in order to reach the lofty goal, namely the protection of the World Heritage. We would like to seize this opportunity to congratulate all state parties that put their sites on the World Heritage List. I would like to thank all those who were behind the success of this session. We look forward to welcoming you once again in Saudi Arabia. We wish the next sessions full success, and thank you and welcome again in our country. Thank you.
Akram.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I make this intervention on behalf of all 3 advisory bodies, IUCN, ICOMOS, and ICROM. The work of this committee has been intense over the past few weeks. We've inscribed new sites on the World Heritage List, made decisions on state of conservation, periodic reporting, etc. These have led to important results for conservation through the decisions taken. We hope that this intense work of these weeks and the positive results have demonstrated that dialogue between the advisory bodies, the committee, and indeed all states parties has continued to improve over these past years. Nevertheless, the advisory bodies express our desire to continue to improve our dialogue with all in order to continue to improve the implementation of the Convention. We also thank our partners at the World Heritage Center under the direction of my very good friend, Lazar Elundu. We note, however, that the value of this World Heritage Committee session does not rest only on what takes place in this room. Associated activities such as the Young Professionals Forum, the Site Managers Forum, and all of the side events that have taken place have served to continue to build networks and to exchange information on good practice for conservation of World Heritage properties. We, as advisory bodies, look forward to continuing to work with the committee, states parties, and the World Heritage Center on the implementation of the convention to ensure the protection of the world's cultural and natural heritage. Finally, Mr. Chair, and most importantly, we would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your wise leadership of this session and the delegation of Saudi Arabia, and indeed the entire team involved in the organization and implementation of this meeting for the hard work and fantastic results. As stated, this is probably the longest in-person session that this committee has ever had, and it was organized in a comparatively short amount of time. And yet, everything went perfectly, and we are immensely grateful to every person who worked with us at each step of the way. The warmth, the smiling faces of all, the willingness to take care of any issues or any problems will remain with us for a long time to come. This is also amazing given the fact that this took place also around Saudi National Day yesterday. And so once again, we would like to thank you and all of the people of Saudi Arabia for being with us during this committee meeting on Saudi National Day. Mr. Chair, unlike the distinguished delegate of Belgium, this is not my first committee meeting, and with all respect to states parties who have organized meetings in the past, I can confirm his impression that the organization of this meeting was one of the best that has taken place in the last 25 years. Dare I say it, we can advise that the work of the Saudi organizing team rises to the level of outstanding universal value for this committee. So we would like to thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and all of the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good to be endorsed by the advisory bodies. So I would like to pass the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Lazar Londo Asomo, for final remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, distinguished members of the committee, it is with lots of emotion and a deep sense of pride that I take the floor as I was entrusted this responsibility as the Director of World Heritage to serve you as the Secretary of the World Heritage Committee by Audrey Azoulay, the Director General of UNESCO. Over the past 2 weeks, the longest session ever, and you said it, Mr. Chairperson, and my very first as the Director of World Heritage and your Secretary, as I said, we have engaged in what I call a shared journey to take decisive actions to protect and preserve our world's most cherished cultural and natural treasures. And by doing so, we have celebrated the rich diversity, the rich tapestry of human history, and the unparalleled beauty of nature. Mr. Chairperson, I want to start now by first extending, on behalf of all the Secretariat, my heartfelt best wishes for continued success and happiness to all the people of Saudi Arabia on the occasion of the 93rd Saudi National Day celebrated yesterday. Before we conclude this session, before you conclude this session, Mr. Chairperson, which gathered over 1,350 participants from 131 countries in Presentia, for the first time, as you said, since 2019. I once again to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our host country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for its warm hospitality, which all of you distinguished members of the committee have applauded, for the meticulous organization, for your unwavering commitment to the preservation of cultural and natural heritage. And here, my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Culture, to the National Commission, to the Heritage Commission, and to my friends, Ahmed, Abdulaziz Abdulhed, to Dr. Jazir, and to all of you, my friends in Saudi Arabia. The city of Riyadh has welcomed us with open arms, and we've been enriched by the cultural experiences since our arrival here, the traditions, and the kindness of everyone in the side of Saudi Arabia on Riyadh, the kindness of the Saudi people. So, please, I think you will agree with me, Mr. Chairperson, and you will understand that we want to express here at this moment our profound affection to this gracious nation. During this session, we have had the privilege of reviewing and discussing numerous nominations to the World Heritage List, reflecting on the outstanding universal value that binds us as a global community. We have examined over 50 documents, deliberated passionately, tirelessly, and adopted over 350 decisions that will impact at various levels the course of history for generations to come. 500 pages of decisions, as it was said by the rapporteur. And the debates that distinguished members of the committee you have had bear testament to the dedication and hard work of each of you, as well as all the experts who have been accompanying you, and all the stakeholders who have contributed with their knowledge and experience, including the civil society, the NGOs who have been here in this room and whom we would like to recognize. Our collective commitment to preserving and protecting World Heritage Sites is a testament to our shared understanding of the value they bring to our life. Therefore, the Secretariat will not spare any effort to continue assisting the World Heritage Committee to remain steadfast in its dedication to ensuring that these exceptional World Heritage Sites placed under your governance are safeguarded, cherished, and passed on to future generations. And in this spirit, let us acknowledge the achievement of this session again. You have added 42 new sites to the World Heritage List, recognizing their unique value and the need to joint efforts for their protection. You've also monitored and supported the conservation effort of 263 already inscribed properties, the largest number ever, ensuring that they continue to thrive. You have decided to remove one property from the list of World Heritage in danger, the tombs of Buganda Kingdom, demonstrating and recognizing the effort of this one of the state party and this state party after 13 years of hard work to safeguard this important heritage. And in doing so, you have taken meaningful steps toward fulfilling the ideals of UNESCO, which seeks to foster international cooperation and promote peace. As we look ahead to the challenges that lie before us, we must remember that our work is far from finished, as some of you have said. The threats of climate change, biodiversity loss, uncontrolled urbanization, armed conflict, and unchecked development are ever present, requiring our continuous, unwavering dedication. In closing, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to each and every one of the committee members for your commitment to the cause we hold dear. I would like to particularly thank the outgoing members of the committee, hoping that you have been satisfied by the work conducted with the assistance of the Secretariat. I would like to thank the Assistant Director General for Culture, Ernesto Ottone, for his great support, the confidence he placed on me, and his full trust. Thank you, Ernesto. I would also like to thank my incredible colleagues from the Secretariat and the legal advisors Santiago Villalpando and Chantal Clarkson-Proust, who are here. My Deputy Director, Jyoti Ozagrayar. All of them, their professionalism has been key to the efficient running of this meeting. Their interpreters who accepted to work longer than expected sometimes. My colleagues, Fred Aubert and her team, Alessandro Balsamo and his team, the chief of units of the regionals, Mohamed Juma and his team, Himal Shuli Gurung and her team, Berta de San Cristobal and her team, Guido Bonnet and his team, Mauro Bertagnin and his team, and Meshayen and her team. You guys have been all amazing. And thank you for trusting my leadership. A big thank you, like you said, to all the staff, the security officers, and all the volunteers from the Saudi Arabia who have worked, as you have said, tirelessly with a smile every day, behind the scene and in the room, to make this session a success. Riyadh will forever hold a special place in our hearts as the host of this historic session. I will not end without thanking our rapporteur, to whom we regularly appealed to guide us in the adoption of the decisions, particularly the most complex ones. I will say it in Hindi. Dhyan Yavad, Dr. Shikajai. Let me also thank the advisory bodies, ICOMOS, IUCN, and ICROM. Thank you for the excellent cooperation we've had. Now I want to turn to one particular man who's here in this room, Mr. Joe King from ICROM. Joe King, this is your last committee with us as representative of ICROM. I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of all the members of the committee and the Secretariat to thank you for the past 30 years and even more that you have dedicated to the World Heritage. You will never be forgotten. You've trained so many of us. You've trained so many Africans in this room. You've contributed to the training and the capacity building of the World Heritage, the global strategy since 1994. This is something we will never forget. The work of World Heritage is also about human history, and you have played your part. Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you. Now my last word go to you, Mr. Chairperson. You started your function as chairperson a few weeks ago, but your conduct of the committee's debate has been like if you have been in this position for many years. Unbelievable. The Secretariat and we are amazed by the way you have managed in only such a short time to understand all the items and to lead us in the way to bring the committee find always consensual decisions. We have had no vote, and that is amazing. Thank you again for having had trust in me and for having trust in the whole team of the World Heritage Center and UNESCO. Thank you. Thank you so much. Shukran jazilan.
Thank you, dear Director of the World Heritage Center. Now there's no room for words. And having said that, I now declare the extended 45th session of the World Heritage Committee closed.